Okay, I see you up there.
Actually, I got, I've been working on this all morning and I think I got it finished. There are some things that are ugly about it, but it'll work.
Alrighty. Let me, while you're thinking of that, I'm gonna get those markups loaded up on my other screen here.
Let me get one of those as well.
All right, so there's that one. Maybe also that one. And that's the LK.
Yeah, let's look at the LK one. I'll go ahead and get out of this job.
Okay.
LK one I've got a lot of problems with, evidently.
All righty. First of all, did you get anything figured out about your toolbars disappearing?
No, I just went back to using 2020.
Okay.
My toolbars still aren't there. And I thought I'll just use 2020 until I need to do something with the GIS software again, and then I'll have to go back to 2021. I attended the West Virginia conference online last weekend, and a lot of people are complaining about 2021, that it's not really ready for prime time yet.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't actually started using it yet either, but not because of that. Mine's mostly because I'm too lazy to ask for my updated serial number and get all that stuff rearranged. So, but anyway, all right. So let's see what we got.
Okay, I've got my comments up. Let me get the drawing up here. Why does the whole screen keep going out like that?
I'm not seeing any of that here, but
Getting everything.
There we go.
Okay, and evidently my lots don't close. First comment.
Yeah.
County mapper, I was horrified by that. Then I know I've got some real sloppy things, like, you know, I've got the total distance here and I'm squeezing in a distance there and I'm squeezing in a distance there, and it's an ugly plat.
Well, let's see if we can fix that. So
I don't know how I screwed up the closing of the lots.
Well, we can.
That's embarrassing.
We can certainly figure that out. It may just simply be that, you know, you've probably got, in fact, if you look, let me send my request for remote control. All right, so there's a couple of things that probably are causing that. If you look right in here, for instance, there's actually two lines right there. See, there's one that's on a layer called boundary, another one's on a layer called existing. And let's see if it's, let's see, 4141. And the other one is, well, it's apparently a polyline. Let's see here. All right, so that's 48141. 4141. Let's see which. All right, so we've got two things there. So one is 4141, the other one is 26445. Well, that doesn't tell us. They may exactly be coincident. So, but my guess is, see which one was that short line. All right, so that's layer boundary is the short line. And layer existing is that long line.
Is the existing long line what I've got dimensioned there? 490.
Yeah. Now, yeah, and that one says it's 481.41 over here in the length.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's not going all the way up. It's not going all the way up to the corner. So I don't
Oh,
know.
okay.
That's probably the fence line, maybe.
I don't know. Could be. Well, I mean, should it go up to that corner?
Well, I don't know that we really need it. It looks like it's going to that power pole.
Yeah, so that probably needs to go.
Well, it probably needs to leave. I mean, maybe we don't even need it there. Oh yeah, that's a problem I've been having with my snaps. I've got to turn on the snaps every time I do something.
All right, so now when that goes up, that makes it 496.17 instead of 494 or 492. So anyway, it's most likely this has happened because it's, you know, you've got so many different things going on. So let's take a look at what we've got. We've got this line, which is on a layer called boundary. And that looks like the line that we want to use for these property lines, or the symbology. So that layer boundary. So there's a layer called existing. If we isolate, I don't want that one. I'm going to turn on your selection cycling if I can find it. Let's see here. Yeah. It doesn't show it. Let's see. Huh. Well, I figured they would have had that there. I don't see it. So, all right. So anyway, if selection cycling is not on, let's find this. And if we, I think it is shift spacebar. That's not right. Let's see. No. All right. So that's existing. So on existing, yeah, you've got a line type there as a fence. You've also got, what are those? Those are points. Okay. All right. So let's restore that. Let's go back over here for a minute. All right. Let me check some line type scales. So PS LT scale is on. MS LT scale is on. And overall LT scale is 1. That's perfect. Let's take this fence line and make that line type scale. Let's make it even smaller. See point. Whoops. All right, so that would be the fence. And that's going from up there. So that's not the one we want. We want to put this back at the post.
Yeah.
Now that makes it slightly off of the boundary line, if you see that.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, so.
Well, Well, that's not a post there. That's a power pole. There's got to be a post.
Yeah. Okay, so is there a fence post, a point, like point number 10? What is that? That's probably the pole. Yeah, that's EL. Is there a
Well,
point that
why don't we just turn the fence line off? I don't really need it.
Oh, okay. All right, so if we isolate then that layer, this is what's on that layer, that line and these 2 points. And this point is a fire hydrant.
Yeah, so I don't want that. I want that on something else.
And this one is an MP.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I have I'm reconsidering field to finish.
Okay.
I can talk to you about that sometime.
Yep. Oh, absolutely. It's one of my favorite parts of the software, to be honest with you.
Sometimes I can't remember what my codes are.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, and it's really nice because you can set the data collector to show them to you, so in case you don't remember them. All right, so this MP, what is that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, it's sitting right, looks like right on that line intersection.
Is that it, or is it that hatch mark there, the cross? What is that? That's the MP.
Oh yeah.
Whatever it is.
I just wonder if it's something you need to show or if it's.
I don't think so.
All right.
Sure, I would know what it is.
All right, so we'll leave that.
The fire hydrant for sure.
Right. So let's put this one on a different layer. We'll change that one to see if you've got like a utilities layer or I don't see one. So let's create one. We'll come up here. Oh, sorry, wrong button here. And what all do we have? We've got the proposed site. That's V. All right, so I'm gonna make you a new layer. We're gonna call it V dash site dash util dash water. Now V stands for survey, believe it or not, because the structural engineers got there first and got the S. So V site utility water, we'll make those water elements blue. Continuous default line weight, that's perfect. We'll close this off and we will make this live on that layer. Oops.
Can we make that symbol a fire hydrant symbol?
Absolutely. And you show me how you would do that. And just checking you and giving you a little test.
Okay. Well, let's see. I would click on that, double click on that, and then go to symbol.
See, you got this. You got this. Yep. And then scroll down and find one that you like. There's several. Looks like there's not one in the wipeout section. So pull that category up the top down and choose maybe just up there. Yeah.
How about inlets and manholes? No.
Doubt it. Points might have one. And if not, we'll look under like map symbols. And there's one I'm sure that'll work here. Like that SPT 16 looks like it would work, but keep looking down. Let's see if there's a better one. There should be one that has like either FH or HYD or something as a label on it.
I'm not seeing anything that looks like a fire hydrant. Not yet, anyway. Oh,
Yeah, there's one, but it's a dash line type. Let's keep looking one more.
the SPT's 206.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see. There's another one that I think that's better that we can go to. We'll have to change categories. So now go back up to the top and where it says points, pull down. Let's look first at map symbols. And it may or may not. This might only be like pavement markings
Can
and
you
stuff.
type fire hydrant in here and then do a search?
You can, but I don't know if it looks beyond, I don't know if it looks in multiple categories or not. So, so let's pull that map symbols down up the top and switch it next to the NCS. That's the National CAD Standards. Oh, let's see here. Now scroll down and see. Let's see, there's storm, sanitary sewer, there's site, maybe. Let's look under either util or water. Look under water first. There you go. Whoops. Just go back and hit that button again. What was water? Now out of here. See that right there?
Yeah, okay.
That's the one to use. So there you go.
Okay.
So then when that comes back, we'll look at that. Now we're going to freeze that fence line if you don't want that on there. That way it won't confuse anything.
Right.
So we will freeze that. And now back to this. There's our fire hydrant. So let's, since it already has the FH, I'm going to go here and in the drawing description, I'm just going to make that blank.
Yeah.
And we're going to give that a rotation. So on our points menu, we're going to twist the point attributes. And we'll say twist by the twist screen, which is the default there in the brackets. So I'll just hit enter. And what to twist, I might as well do them all just in case we need it later. And angle relative to the current, no rotation. Pick it from the screen, select that entity. And there it is. Now, I wonder if we should do that again. Twist screen, all. You'll see what I'm looking at or what I'm doing here when I do it. See, I'm trying to get the FH not to be stuck on that line, but I think that's all right. We'll leave it there. It's that. See, well, let me see.
If you did a move attribute, did you move it that way?
Well, that's not an attribute. That's part of the symbol. Remember, we chose that to have the FH on it.
Yeah, okay.
So let's do this. I like that approach better. So if I can manage to double click that point. We'll put that back. You want to say FH or HYD or what's common?
I guess FHYD.
Okay, now that's okay where it is. We can move that later if we need to, but let's change the symbol and get one without the label. So let's see what we had down here. I don't know that we Yeah, see, there's one that's open. There's one that's solid. There's one that's the same symbol, but without the label. We may have to change the size. And let's use the open one to indicate existing as opposed to the solid as proposed.
Okay.
Which is just typical. Okay, so I think that'll work. Let's change back to our paper. All right, so a couple things we're going to straighten up here. We've got a lot of these dimensions with the text off at this odd angle. Let's see, and also we want to take a look at this line from here to here is 264.45. That's good for that. Okay. This one, which goes from there to there, is 231.72. That's right. That one, 252.58. That's correct. Now that one goes from there up to there, 268.06 instead of 264.06.
Well, one of those lots misclosed by 4 feet. Maybe that's it.
That could well be. And now there's one that's short. That's 460.98. You've got 510. So you probably did it correctly. So now 510.85. Yeah. So there was another line that you mentioned, and that was okay up there. If we look at the distance from here.
How did you move that point? You just stretched it?
Yep. I just clicked it, grabbed the grip, and snapped it to the end point.
Okay.
All right, so that distance, 251.89, that's correct there. And the reason I'm saying distance is because there's no point in here. It's just from here all the way out. So I just take the distance. There's probably another line in there somewhere. So now I'm going to check that distance. Again, I'm going to go from this endpoint. And I have to use that little short line because this line doesn't have an endpoint there. It goes from here out to here. The 770, that's not right. I'm missing something. I go from there to there. 258.96. Okay, so that's good. So that one all looks good. This one so far is 4 feet shy. Let's try this one. And that looks like it goes from the right point to the right point. It is 271.82. That's correct. Okay. So this is the only one that's off. So if we'll just change that to 68. Now we'll check the closures here in a minute. Let's double check the rest of these. This one looks like point to point is good. It is 252.58. Yeah, we already checked that one. This one, 258.66, correct. $231.72, correct. 510.68, correct. 256.65, correct. And there's another line in here that's on layer adjoiner, which we don't
need it. It's a line for that lot in front, probably.
And that goes up to this line up here.
Yeah.
So we need that, but let's get rid of, oh, wait a minute. Okay, so that goes here to all that mess around here that makes that lot. That's fine. So what we want to do, since this is a polyline right here, like that, what we want to do is delete this edge,
Okay,
right?
You do it by breaking it?
You could. There's an easier one. And I really like these polyline utilities.
Okay.
And that is it's a remove function, and you're going to remove a polyline segment, but you see that icon?
Yeah.
It's a pencil eraser over a red segment of a polyline.
Yeah.
Whereas compared to remove polyline vertex, it's a pencil eraser over the red point, okay? Now, that's buried on that edit menu, but it's also up here on your polyline toolbar, and there's your icon,
Okay.
pencil eraser. So I'm going to let you do it. Just grab it and then pick on that little gray line. That's it. Hit enter to finish and you're done. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So now we're going to probably want to put that back to the background to get it underneath that. Now, the reason it wasn't that the point went under it is that this came to the top because you made a change to it and it made it like a new entity as if you had just drawn it.
Okay.
Okay.
So the same thing's true at the top there.
Yeah, oh yeah. Anything that we changed up there? What did we change?
No, down here, where that other polyline comes up.
Oh yeah.
Just deleted.
Well, you're still going to want this if that's where that easement comes to, right?
Put it in the background, right?
Yeah. Which we did. Oh no, I see. It wasn't still part of that same line. It could have been. In fact, see, there's your polyline. So we could really join this to that so that it makes it everything except that closing line, or you could leave it independent either way.
Right.
So, so if you do put that one also in the back. Now, let me see if this needs to go. It is. I don't like it doing that.
Well, it also disappears there. You can't see it anymore.
What's that?
It disappears. You can't see it anymore to the left of 50 over there where it goes to the see, and there it's gone.
Yeah, let's see. I don't think that's due to the draw order though. I think that's, yes, it is. So what else is in there? All right, there's a polyline. There's that one, and there's that one. That one's on layer boundary. That one's on layer adjoiner. So boundary needs to be there, of course. And let's bring that to the front. And this to the back. Let's see. Wish I could remember. I thought it was. All right, that's on boundary. I thought it was alternate space bar. That's not it. All right, so boundaries up front. There's boundary also.
I think I've just got too many lines there.
Yeah. All right, let's put these in the front and then take this one out. Now regen all of that. Color, there we go. Now, that one we don't need. So that's going to look like that. Okay. Now, this time, send that to the back. That'll fix that. All right. All right, is this one of those, is this a new boundary line that needs to be dashed?
No, it's an existing boundary line that needs to be dashed. New lines need to be solid.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's what I mean. Yeah, all right, so that's on boundary. That's on boundary. So we're going to copy, we'll use a paintbrush. That means copy the properties of this and put them on that. We got the same situation here. We got double lines. Nope, it's not true. Boundary, line type by layer. Boundary, line type by layer. I guess it's just not, the line type scale is too big for that. All right, let's see. If we, all right, that gets that. All right, so there's all of the boundary lines. They all have line type of 1. Okay, all right, I think we're good with that. Do these septic reserve lines, should they be solid?
Probably not. I don't, there's no real standard.
Yeah, but I don't want them to look like buildings is the problem.
Yeah.
So let's select those and we'll change their line type. We'll leave them on that layer. Well, no, that's, I guess that's, if we isolate that layer. Yeah, that's all we got on there. So let's change that layer.
Line type.
Yeah, and so that was,
Septic.
yeah, SEP. you've got two in there, probably just one started before the other one and not kept track of. So that's fine. But we're going to use one of these dashed layers. I think will be the better approach, but we'll use the old dashed 2, which is supposed to be half the size of dashed. Let's see what that does for us. All right. That looks exactly the same as setback, which is oops. All right, so setback is -2, septic reserved is -2. So let's see if we can't. Let's make that hidden 2 instead. All right, it's a little better, smaller. And now let's see. Let's make that thin comparatively instead of that heavy duty. So that'll be thinner. Now you could also, I don't know that you want to, but like you could shade that light gray to help it stand out. But I don't know if you want to do that or not. Particularly also if you've already turned in some other maps to the same outfit, I don't know, I'd go changing graphic standards at this stage. But you see what I was saying is if you hatch that just like this driveway over here,
Yeah.
except maybe a lighter gray. But if that's not a prominent feature of these, I don't know, they're labeled, it's clear.
Right.
So let's leave that alone. Now, what about these 2 points and the line in between them?
That's an inspection bit.
All right, do they need to be shown?
They need to be shown, but they can be shown in a different way. Actually, on another drawing, I actually gave them some width, and I made like a little rectangle, and I turned off the X's.
Yeah, so that's probably what we should think about there. So maybe if we just chose the blank. Oops, sorry. And I'll do a 4-sided building. I'll go from there. Now, does it matter which side? It's just schematic, right?
Yeah. Doesn't really. I would make it like 3 feet on the other side.
All right, so 3. And if we go that way, like that.
Yeah.
And do we need to call those out?
Either there or on a legend.
Okay. Now, I'm going to do something here instead. Let's see. All right, those are points. Instead of putting that on points septic, I think what we'll do is instead of changing all those symbols, we're just going to freeze that layer. Let's make this layer septic.
Well, yeah, okay.
And then we'll do the same thing. So we'll match that to that and that. And then I'm going to isolate point septic just to make sure that's the only thing that will be freezing when we freeze it. except I gotta apparently get the right tool. Okay, so we'll restore that, and then we will freeze. Point septic, and we'll go back to survey. 4-sided building. This one, 3 feet, that side.
What happened to, you did that once to that one and it's gone.
I undid it so I could get the points back. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So here, 3 feet. I don't know why that distance keeps changing. It should hold it, but apparently not. 3. Okay, so that's that. Let's do this. Let's see. This guy. Is that in paper space? Let's see here. Yep, you've got that in paper space. All right. That's okay. But if you shift your viewport, you have to remember to go back and grab these labels. Let's see how big the text is. 0.08, that's fine. All right, so if I copy that and put this here, let me see, do I want to do it like that? No. I'll do this. And that's called a what? Inspection port?
Inspection pit.
Pit. And we'll call that typical. Wow, what happened there? Well, it didn't work well. Let's go back to this side and see. No, still want to do it here. There's just so many ways to do the same thing you're trying to do. All right, let's do it this way. Let's just say multi-leader. All right, let's look at the options. Your landing content, maximum points for a second exit options. I don't need any of that. All right, we'll go here. Whoa, that's huge. Let's try it again. O for options. Leader type is straight. Leader landing, use landing, yes. Specify a fixed landing distance. Now, I'm in paper space. I want that to be 0.08. Content type, text. Let's specify the arrowhead location right here. And it's going to be, this is what I want, it's a 0.08. And it's going to be inspection. We'll fix all this. Apparently it's going to give me a problem. Inspection pit, typical, and 0.08. All right, so we'll fix this now. Let's change that over here to make the text height and width. All right, the height is 0.08. Much better. The arrows, the leaders, arrow size, 0.08. That's good. Now we should be able to pull this over this way. Except I want that to be attachment should be middle of top line. Perfect. Let's close that gap up a little bit. Right, rotation, line space, distance, landing gap. Let's make that 0. Now let's make that 0.08. Okay. All right. So let's see where we might have the better room for this. I think we'll take this and move it from that corner to this corner. And then we'll move this down here out of the way a little bit further. Whoops, let's get it down here below the. Okay. That way we don't need to clutter up anything else. We've got it labeled. We don't need to worry about a legend. All right. Let me see if I can put that back in its proper place. Let's see. Change space. Set the target viewport and hit enter. There we go. Perfect. All right, I'm going to do the same thing to these. Select the entity to move. Can I do multiples? Set the target viewport and, whoops. There, now. That means when I go back here, they're there. Okay. What? Oh, I don't need that anymore anyway. Let's just get rid of him. All right, let me see how many internal labels we may have here. All right, the property owners. All right, setback limit is 1 setback limit. And the adjoiners, okay. I'm gonna leave those property owner labels right there where they are on paper space, but I am gonna change these to model space. All right, so there's the 1, the 2, here's the other one.
How do you move those to model space?
There's a command. You get into whichever, if you want to move from model, from paper space to model space, you make sure you're in paper space. Then you select what, or, well, you don't select it yet. You run a command called ch space. That means change space, okay? And when you do that, and the options are to copy or move, you typically want to move so that it's no longer in the one you start with, but it's going to go to the one you target, okay?
Right.
And so it says select the entity to copy or move. If we type C, it switches to copy. We leave it as move. It's default condition. So we're going to go really back to answer the original question, select the entity. So then you would pick some, and whatever you pick, one or multiple, would, like if I pick these notes over here, they would go over into your model space and plop down on the ground next to, you know, that distance away from that property line, that kind of stuff. So you see, that doesn't make any sense to put that there.
Yeah.
But these others where the word setback limit really applies to that line. So if this viewport should shift, if I needed to move it up to here or change its scale or something, that word gets left behind wherever it was on the paper, and I have to go back and grab it and move it and do all that. That's why I want anything that's related to its position within the actual geometry. I want to make sure that's in model space. And I really ought to probably do that with these labels here, but those are also typically, you know, annotation on the sheet. And so the trade-off is, if I do that, put those in model space, then I go over here to model space to do some work, they're always there and I have to work around them, you know, so I don't, you know, I may have other stuff I want to deal with. So that's sort of your trade-off. Now, if, however, you have something that's in model space that you want to bring up into paper space, then you make sure you're in the model and you run the same command, ch space, and you pick whatever it is that's in the model. And that's the same as if you had gone over here to grab it, but you do it from inside of this so it knows which paper to put it on. And then, you know, just answer the prompts. And when it says to set the viewport, you just press enter to finish those commands, and they wrap up.
Okay.
And they move from one space to the other. So now this guy, you see, if I try to click on it, it's not there. this one still is. Okay, and I checked to see, I went down here and I did this kind of selecting, and I looked at what got selected. It's all, I've got 4 instances of M-text and 1 polyline. And so the M-text are these adjoiners. You see the grips are up. So there's one, the adjoiners and the landowners, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then down here's a property line. Now, that property line probably should go back to model space. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to let you do that. So if you'll type CH space. Go ahead and hit enter. And now select that one. It's that little tail. There you go. And hit enter. You're finished. And now select the set the target viewport where you're inside the viewport you want as a target. So just press enter. Okay, now it's in model space. And now if you go back to your model space here and look at that little tail end, it should be this one right here. You see now it's there. I selected, it's there. In fact, I'll do that selection and just make sure it's in the back. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so moving ahead, we've got a couple of things here. I want to set that angle to that line.
Okay, well, before we do that, look at one of their
Yep.
comments there.
Okay.
One in green, it says the front setback applies. So that shouldn't be 50 feet, that should be 40 feet.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm going to save because we haven't done that in a while. All right, so that should be a 40-foot instead of a 50-foot, and it comes off of this line or it comes off this?
No, it comes off of the easement limit line, that one, yes.
Okay. So we need to move this up 10 feet this way.
Can you do that without redoing the whole offset?
Yeah.
Variable offset?
Yeah, if you grab this like this, let me see the best approach. And then if we select this, you see we can move that,
Yeah.
but we have to make sure we don't skew it. So
right.
What we're going to do is we're going to temporarily take this line. We're going to draw another line over top of it. And so we'll just go here, draw this. I'm going to change, we'll put this on layer 0 and we'll set the color to red. We're not going to see red. Let's see, we'll set it to 231. I think we've got set to look red. And we're going to go from here to here. And now we're going to offset that 10 feet. So we're just going to do a standard offset. D for distance, so we'll type 10. And we're going to go from here and pick, oh, what do you mean unable to use that selection? Standard offset, distance 10 feet. Select entity. Huh, must have done something wrong. All right, let me check the, that's what I thought. So red. So this is just a way of helping to see where we are. I made that color 231. which I set in the pin, in the color table, I said to make red instead of black. So now, if you select this, and if you're just going to grip edit that line, okay, so you grab it from the middle. You could grab the 2 corner points and move them up 1 point at a time. Or since we're going like this, and since that line is, that grip's in the middle, that line's exactly parallel and it's in the middle, you could simply shift right click or come up here and grab the midpoint. So we'll go to the midpoint snap, or you could have said perpendicular snap. And so that would be that. Now we no longer need that red one. So we select it and delete that. And then this, you can bring that up to there. It's now 40 feet. Now we'll fix all that in a minute.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yep. In fact, if you do it, if you want to take it down to, you know, to here, see it's 204 feet. And then I would probably, you know, bring that in something like so. Now we've got to do the same thing here, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I'll let you, well, here's another thing you can do. I'll talk you through it. You can see maybe this might even be easier for you. Try your variable offset without having to draw these temporary lines. Okay, and now you want to offset by segments, so by lines, by line segments or at points. So line is fine, that's the default. Okay, now select that polyline. Yeah, and select the side. So you want to go to the outside, so click out there in space. And now that line right there, that's 10 feet, right?
Yeah.
So type 10. And then type 0, 0, 0 for the rest of them. Or just 0, now enter.
Okay.
Okay, now hit enter to finish the command. Now select that original one, delete it. Okay, so that might have been the easier way to do it. Now, when you move that up there, instead of going to just click the line, make sure you go perpendicular to or snap on the end point back over there in the corner. All right, so if you do that, go ahead and I'll show you what else to do next. Now get the other one, and as you drag that around, you want to snap perpendicular. Yeah. Oh, that's not looking good. All right, let's try this. Hold on a second. There we go. Now, let's undo that for a sec. This, see, where is that? I don't know that that's actually, I'm going to make sure that it's tagged to that line. So I'm going to go nearest, which is
Circle.
That one right there. Yeah. And then this one, I want to go perpendicular to that. Wow, what the heck? All right, let's see. That's a polyline, so elevation 0. That is a polyline, elevation 0. Oh, I see. I see. Never mind. It's because it's not an aligned. See, this is a dimension. You see the points, and then this is how far away you've moved it. Now, this one, now that is an aligned dimension. This one's probably a rotated dimension. No, it still says aligned. All right, let's see if I can't trigger this behavior. All right, so these points, now that goes to there. This should go perpendicular to that. Huh. Well,
Should we just delete it and do the offset command again?
probably would be the best thing to do. Let's try this real quick. Because see, that is the perpendicularity point. So that works there. I don't know why it wasn't finding that though. Now, we also want, we'll change all of them at once when we get ready to change them. So there's 15, there's another 40. Let's make that go there. There's another one there, but you see, we want to get it off that corner so that that arrow is not lost and we know exactly what we're talking about. So we have 40 here, we've got 30 here. We've got 10 here. Now all I'm doing when I'm grabbing the text here is I'm see when I grab that marker, I'm moving the mouse around. As I move it, it stays on that line and then can come up here. Once it's out, it can go to that leader. But I want to position it, and you notice the arrow heads will follow, but they stay pointing to the object that was dimensioned. Okay, that's what I want. Okay, so now the same thing here with this one, I need to pull this back down into there. And if I get it to where it's no longer that leader, see the arrowheads are still tracking. Let's see, what do I want to do? This might make better sense. If I put this, get it to, let's put it right there. And then this, there's the point it was tracking. I'm going to match that to that. Put that. And again, it should, it doesn't. Line. Perpendicular. Move this to that. Okay. Now this. But wait, it was 10 feet down here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I need to take this to intersection. There we go. Well, let's see. This to, well, that. Now, this I'll take down here to the inside. This may be more hassle than it's worth. All right, all I want. Let's fix these in a minute. I'm going to get rid of that one and this. All right, so that's 30, that's 50, so that's 20 and 10. All right. I'm going to sit here. Let's move this to nearest. And this, oops, this to, wow, that's just, bugs me. It doesn't work right. Because if I slide this up, well, doesn't matter. All right. Let's see. If I, let's take a look at that. That is, what's its text size? 8. So that's 0.08. That's fine. It's about as small as you can get away with. Okay, that's right. All right, so if I select this, the text should be, all right, it's centered, standard. Let's see the text position vertically. Let's make that above. There we go. So now I'm going to match this. Well, guess it's not going to do that for me. Centered. Above. Text outside. All right, this is centered above, standard text outside is off, text offset is 2, text inside is on. That's all. Maybe I have to see if all I have to do is a regen. Nope. All right. If I have to. I take it outside. Text rotation. All right, so this has a text rotation here of east. Okay, so that's the problem. There we go. Now let's put this inside here. So da-da-da-da-da-da. And now let's do 10 feet here. Now, there's a command in dimensioning called continue. And so if I take a draw dimensions all the way at the bottom, linear, continue, I'm going to continue this dimension right here, okay? And where I'm going to go is down to here, okay? And now I am going to hit enter. Man, this is nuts. Right there's.
Why don't you just use the survey text command?
Well, I can't. I wanted that. I wanted this eventually to be part to this all to be the same unit. So we can do that that way. That's probably better for you because it's a survey type thing. So it's probably a better choice. So now the object corner that I want to go to, probably here, and it's offset from there. There it is. Okay. So now I'm going to take this and bring it to right there. Text rotation of E. Text position above. Wow, let's see. This is an aligned dimension. It is centered above text rotation there. Okay, so if I take this, now just in case, just so I don't get a double, well, as long as I'm lined up there, that's okay. If I take no. Text rotation. All right, so if that goes there. And now see, it's all about making it readable and legible, and that's a mess. And I want to get that outside. So let's see. That's better. All right, now let me see. So if I now take that to there, and I say, this is not south, but east. Okay, put that back to here. And its text position vertically is centered. Okay, one more time. Every time I change, it's making me change that. Now, to fix that text, we're going to double click it so that we edit the text. And we're going to call that water line easement. Let me get rid of this one for starters. There we go.
Okay, now why don't you go ahead and write and put proposed there, and then we will have addressed one of their comments.
Okay. Let me escape because I messed up. Let's see here. Zoom extents. There we go. Now, so that text is first of all, it's going to stay left. And we'll get past the units and we'll call it proposed. Can we abbreviate it?
Sure.
And can we do that, you think, or is that too much?
I don't know. I mean, if it is, it'll come back as a comment.
Okay. So now let's take this and Ah, we need to fix the offset now for the text. So here's what's nice about that. I'll show you is that if you were to make that, see how it's changing the size?
Yeah.
See, it keeps that 10 foot. So that's nice, but you can add that extra text to it. Now, the question is, though, how to get that darn thing to move to line up here. And that is, let's see. Fit, dimension line. On, best fit. Move text into leader. All right. Now let's see if we switch that move text and add leader. There we, oh shit. I don't want that big gap of space. Let's see. So when I try to move that, it keeps pushing that because of that gap, and that gap is not with the text. Apparently it's with the leader, the lines and arrows, extension lines. Text. Yeah, see, arrow size is 8. Extension line. That should be here. Let's try text offset of 0. No. All right, let's try this. All right, now
why don't you just split the offset arrow and dimension in the text?
Yeah, because let's see if I see lines and arrows. So arrow 1. None. Nope, that's not the one I want. Oh, good Lord. Arrow 2. There we go. Because I want to line that up with this. And I need to be able to reposition that, and it's not giving me a extension line fixed to length. No. Now I'll show you what everybody does here, because it's so damn frustrating, because Autodesk, AutoCAD has never learned, and hence IntelliCAD, because they're trying to mimic everything that AutoCAD does. They can't figure out how to do dimensions in a logical format. So what everybody always does is just explode this stuff once they get it here, and we're just going to move it. So we're going to select it and hit explode. So now it's just a piece of text. It's a line. See, what is that?
So how is this different than just using the survey offset and writing the text there separately? I mean,
That shouldn't, well, it shouldn't be. I was just trying, let me
as
see.
a practical matter, I can't take a half hour to adjust one little piece of text.
Right.
I'll never make any money.
Yeah. All right, so let's see a better approach then, because that's exactly right. So if you go back to offset dimensions, all right, so from here, see, it didn't give me the chance. Offset dimensions. Now if I take this line from this line, okay. So $10. Damn it. Proposed one-line easement. And then that needs to be east. This is insane. All right. You see that box? See, that's what was lining up like that. That's why the 10 was way out there.
Yeah.
But why? Middle left. Text. And they don't give you a place to do the alignment here. Here we go. Left, center.
And why can't we just put an offset distance there and then write text along the line that the proposed water line easement?
Yeah, we could do that. But now that this had been edited, let's see if it will let us do that. Yeah, it brings it back. Okay. So obviously you can do this, Michael. The only thing that I dislike about it is that it keeps those as two separate entities, and I'd rather have them the same. But anyway, we'll go with that. Let's fix this one. See, that's not. Centered above. There. So that is text. Outside is on. Centered and above, and inside is on. Okay. And there we go. It's such an inconvenient place to have it. There we go. All right, so now that we've got the formula figured out, let's go find all of these that we need to switch. And
There are two more up there in lot 3. Down along the side, that one, and then one opposite end of the lot.
one here and one here. That's apparently not. So we'll take that one back out. Yep. Ah, control. Okay. All right, so now come down to here, and We are centered and above and inside on, outside on, and rotation east. All right, so there's 40, 40, there's your 15. This one is the same as that one, okay. No. Okie doke.
Okay, can we address some of their comments?
Yep. And let's put this guy over here. Okay. All right, 10 feet there. Do we need? Yeah, at some point we'll need that dimension, I guess. Okay. Alrighty, I think that's got all of that. Let's save that. Okay. Now, you remember, Mike, how, and I'm going to take the time to do it today. It doesn't take that much time, but I'll leave it up to you. As to even whether you want to do it, like if you want to make that parallel to that line, see how it's not exactly, you remember how to do those?
I think so.
Um,
Edit, isn't it?
yeah, probably under edit text. Oh, you almost had it. Keep going down right there. And there it is.
And it's by entity.
Yep.
E,
Okay.
and then pick line or polyline. It's that one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you didn't pick it.
And answer the question, flip text for twist screen. And yes, and now select the text you want to rotate. There you go. Now I just hit enter. Okay. So now you can, yeah, you can do that for that, for all of those labels. And then I would try to position them, you know, relative to the line, the same as that other one, like just underneath the line or inside the line, whatever you wanted to call it, in the same distance off, and just do that by eye. There's no reason to do all that, but set your rotation the way you want it.
Okay.
All right.
So then looking at their comments.
Yep.
Okay, provide tick marks.
Yeah, that's that coordinate tick.
Yeah, and we're on the grid here. So that
Okay.
should be relatively easy to do, but I don't remember how you did it.
Okay. So I'm going to click out here and just go back over to here, just so we can see where they're going to line up, so that they line up with the right orientation and everything. Do we have a layer for them? So let's see, we got bar scales, boundaries. We called it, there's nothing like grid tick. So let's make a new layer. We're going to call it V for survey. Oops, V. Oh, did you hear all that?
No.
That was Siri talking to me really loud in my earphones, because apparently I clicked something, or she thought I said A, SIRI. V coordinate grid ticks. All right. And we'll make that current.
So that's what V stands for, is survey.
Yeah, generally in the National CAD standards, because S stands for structural. So V, you know, C stands for civil, A for architect, M for mechanical. So V is for survey. Now, so to do the grid ticks, and I would normally, I don't remember exactly where I would have, where we have them, because I don't ever have to put them down. But I would think it's a annotate thing. And let's see if we can find. Label coordinates, elevation.
I don't think we did that the last time. You just created a point at an even coordinate, and then made a cross there and labeled them. I think that's how you did it.
All right. That may be the case. So this label coordinates, elevation, label symbol. I'm going to put that on. Label point number, description separate. See, this is all right. That's good for the setup. Now pick a point or point
Where was
numbers.
that menu?
Under annotate.
Okay.
Yep. And so now the point or point numbers we don't have yet. I think that's where we want to do it. So let's find.
I think we just went to points and enter a sign.
Let's look at our points. And if we list points, and let's do our report coordinate range so that we see down here at the bottom. We know we have a minimum 4364. So 40, wow, 4,000?
Well, because some of the points were rotated. We have some points that
are gotcha.
plane. And
Gotcha.
The base is at my house, and this job is 3 miles away. So we want to use coordinates that are in range of the points on our project.
I gotcha. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to draw this, and that's basically our largest possible area of interest. And we can look at the coordinates. So we've got one here that is, if I look down here in my status bar, when I hover in there, I see 2,423,647. So the nearest would be 2,423,500 or 2,424,000. So 2,424,000, comma 320,321,000. And look up there, and I've got 2,424,7, so 2,424,5. Hundred and 322,000. Okay, so that takes me, that's only 500 in the X and 1,000 in the Y. Did they take, do you know how often you're supposed to do them? Like
just
every
two ticks.
Just 2 ticks, okay. So if we go rectangle, 2,424,000, comma 321,000, bank. And we want to go at 500, comma 500, bank. Now, the grid will be all 4 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. There would be another one over here. If we offset that, say 500 feet, so the next 500 grid tick would be here and up there and down here. So we don't need any more than that. We could go instead of 500, but I think that'll be sufficient. So So the question is, which ones do we want to show? We could put all four, those are the grids. Or just,
Well,
like
two
I
of them
said,
would be
just,
kind of in the way. I would say the top left one and the top right one could do it.
well, you're going to need another one off that line to show the other dimension. So maybe this one and this one. See, if you just put those, well, that's fine, but where's the, see what the grid is doing is establishing scale as well as orientation. Now, you and I both know the scale's even on both axes, but that's not, the point is to have it there for differential scaling as well, in case in the old days when paper used to stretch differentially, yada, 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 which nobody needs anymore. They don't need this anymore. It's left over, but still, we'll do what we need to do. So if we now have this as something to label, and we go back now to label coordinates and elevation, we've done our setup. In fact, I'm going to save that as Plat grid labels. So here's our symbol. And we may need to fiddle around with some offsets and stuff. We'll see what happens here so that we can do it automatically next time. So pick a point or point number. So I'm going to pick that point, and I'm going to pick this point. Okay. Now this, see, I'm done. So now this can actually go away. I'm not going to throw it away quite yet. I'm going to leave it until I'm happy with this. So I'm going to now go back to here. And so you've got a north arrow that way. So the north label is here. We don't need the decimals. That's one thing. And then the east we can rotate around. Okay, so let's see if we can't fix that to make it automatic. So we'll take this, this, and this, and this, this, and this, and erase them. Now let's see, we got one there, well, that's going to be right smack in the way. So if we go back to our label coordinates elevations, I'm happy with the symbol, the layer, using commas. None of that needs north and east only. Does it give us any kind of a rotation? Label, see, I want to be able to change that. I don't need. See, I don't need the precision. All right, that's for that. Do we see a precision?
Decimal degrees and then click 0 under precision. Can you do that?
Well, yeah, but see, this is just for latitude and longitude, supposedly. Because I bet that won't have any effect.
You can't click that decimal degree box.
No, well, you can, yeah, sure. Yeah, but that, no, you can't without clicking that. See, that's all still.
Okay.
It's everything within this frame that you see that comes down and goes like that.
Okay.
All right, so no suffix, label description. Label angle, see if we prompt. Label with symbol, label along axis. Let's see if that works. I'm really disappointed they don't give you a place to put the decimals. Ah, that's what we wanted. Okay. So now we'll just do a little bit of cleanup here. That's just ridiculous. All right, so we'll strip off the .000 of each of these. Oh yeah, this needs to be non-rotated. Strip this off. Oh, and that will have to let's come back over here and fix that one. Okay, so now we can get rid of this. And this guy, we will move. If I can get enough screen real estate to there. Now let's go back and see what we look like.
Decimal points ended up back there.
Oh, okay. I may have missed that one.
No, I don't think so. I think you changed it.
Let's do these. Yeah, I think I did, but I may have, instead of hitting OK, I may have just clicked off of it. So let's find out. See, I think what I did was I thought I had finished. Okay. And we'll come down here, see what we can do with this.
If you're on state plane coordinates, in Carlson, do you have the ability to actually turn on the grid and put it in the background so it wouldn't be predominant, but it would be faint?
Yeah, you can do that.
Full grid.
Yeah, you can, and you can specify the interval on it, like 200 feet, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, whatever. And that's actually more like what I was looking for here. let's see, what would it be under? It still should be under this.
Draw grid,
Yes. Where'd you see that?
two
Did
more
I miss
down.
it? Go on. All right. So yeah, so if you go from say here to here, there's your grid interval. So let's say 400 feet. Full grid, ticks, perimeter, northing, easting. So this whole thing is what we should have been using. In fact, let's see, did we save one last time? No. North, east. Use negatives, let's see, grid, text setting. Offset scalar, 0.04. Text size, 0.08. Avoid title blocker. Yeah, so we don't have that to worry about right now. All right, so now, so here's what happens there. Okay, so that's with drawing the whole grid. Now what that would look like would be that you see the little things. Now we would change it to make it light gray, you know, now that's, and that's every 400 feet. So we don't need every 400 feet, we only need 500. So let's go back and try something. If we erase by layer, let's try that again as draw grid. I'll just go from, let's see, we draw from say here to here. Instead of the full grid, we'll do ticks only. We'll label, keep everything like we set it. Let's go ahead and save this as map grid ticks, whatever. And we'll say, okay. So let's go fix that. Need to fix that again. Let's undo. Sorry about that. One more time. $500. Tick size, 1/4 inch is fine. Ticks only, that. Save. Okay, so now what they, okay, so we're getting close. So what they did is it labeled the labels outside along the edge, but it drew the ticks in where they were. Now what that would look like would be, there's one, you see, and it lines up with that.
Yeah.
But I think they're going to look at that. Well, I don't know, you might be right. So there should be one here to here. I don't want somebody looking at this though and go, what that? Because they're not paying attention out here. I think I like the idea, but even with that, what you've just done, you could still use that to get things where you want them and then move these into position. So if we get rid of this, and let's set, no, let's try something. Let's do it differently. Let's see. All right, so that's on V coordinate grid ticks. I'm going to select all of these, select similar. V coordinate grid ticks. I'm not going to have that one or that. I'm not going to have that. I'm not going to have that. Yeah, let's see. Now I've got to get that northing. Now that easting is here. Here. So let's copy from and that should be that. This we will line up like that. All right. That we do not need. So now we're back to there, to there. All right, takes care of that. Check. What is this? Ah, that's that polyline, that frame that I drew that we should have got rid of. All right, so that gives us 2 points. Technically, there's, like you said, one here and one here that are still there, but I think that'll take care of it for us. Uh-oh. Okay. What do we got?
Coming down the list, I don't know where the perk holes are, so I'm not going to show that yet. We did the front back sent back applies. We did that. New lot lines are to be solid.
Okay. And they are which ones? The three interiors?
Yes.
Or
Yes. This one, that one, and that one.
okay. So I would just select the ones that you want to change. Just click on each one. There you go. Perfect. Now go over to their properties, and instead of line type by layer, make it line type continuous. Yep. Press escape, or wait before, well, okay. I was going to say you might have to put them in the background, but it looks like they stayed there. All right. Yeah, we didn't actually edit the geometry. We just edited a property, so they stayed in the background.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, I've got a parcel number wrong. Should be parcel.
Yep. Now remember, those I left in paper space. So right now you're in the the frame. Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out. That would have been very frustrating for me.
Yeah.
I can't. I'm not close enough to be able to set. That's a 9.8.
That's what it looks like. Let me zoom that in here. Yeah, 9.6 is what it should be. There you go. Well, there you go. And then 9.7 is the, yeah, hit the OK button in the title bar up here. Right here.
Not showing up on my screen.
This right there. Okay, now go down and click the one underneath it, and that one is 9.7. Just hit enter. Whoops, go back up in front of the 9. Just up arrow to in front of the 9, delete, and then space. No, you should have, or backspace, I'm sorry, not delete, backspace. Now space, and then 9. Now hit OK. What happened to the, no, try, do an undo on that. We lost the, all right, now try it again. I'll double click that again, and this time, yeah, because it lost a whole line. So just, yeah, click between the 0 and the 7, hit a backspace and put a 9 point. There you go. Okay. And let's see, did we have any others? Yeah, 304 instead of 3.4. Okay.
Okay, now the note that they're talking about, the applicable year and amendment data, I have that on another plat. The other plat that we were just looking on, can I open that and copy it?
Yeah, you can, but I'll show you something too that you could do from this particular markup.
Okay.
You're talking about add the note required on all major sub, the Jefferson County E911 addressing ordinance. That
no.
Oh,
it's a red note under note number 12. It says applicable year and amendment date for sub breaks and zoning ordinance.
Oh, I see. Okay. So that's mostly instruction. What I was going to show you is that even though that's a PDF that they marked up, you can select text out of it and just copy and paste.
Really?
But yeah, as long as it's done the way this one was done. Now, if I take a I can't select the text out of, say, your note block, but when they wrote the comments, it stored the text in the PDF file. This other one, because it came out of an AutoCAD drawing, it's probably just, you know, pen strokes. It's not actual text. But in any case, that's something you can sometimes do. Let's see. Oop, where'd I go? There we go. Now, I also noticed, what do we got here?
Oh, that's a little piece of text. I thought, I keep trying to delete it and it keeps coming back.
Is it in?
I don't know where.
There it is. It's somehow, let's see. See, it's only finding one. So that's apparently, it's some kind of like a display list.
Or a little ghost.
Yeah, it's a display list vestige. Let me double check the review. Yeah, see, it's not in the plot. So that's just, yeah. Huh. That's the kind of crap that just frustrates me to no end, because there's no reason for it other than sloppy programming. And I don't mean Carlson, I mean AutoCAD. Because see, it's very definitely showing up there, and that's because it's in the display list. And if you try to complain to AutoCAD about it, you know what they would tell you is that, oh, well, you should just select everything and write it out to a new file. But no, you should write your program so that it doesn't do that. But anyway, I digest. All right. So let's save what we got. All right. So next, so let's go ahead and open, as you suggested, your other file where you have the note.
Okay.
You're going to also need that number 15 in this other one as well. I think that purple comment.
Yeah, the 911. Actually, I don't
Right.
have the.
All right, so the one you're looking for now is the applicable year and amendment date for the subdivision regulations and zoning ordinance.
Yeah, and I don't think it's on here.
All right.
That must mean they missed it as a comment on here.
Okay.
I guess put it on some other plat. Let me. Well, should I go ahead and copy this one? Put 15.
Yeah. What? Sure, wouldn't hurt. In fact, let's do this. Instead of doing that, press escape and deselect, or there, that's fine too. Just select it and say, right click, clipboard, which is like toward the bottom, about a third of the way up from the bottom, where it says clipboard, and just say copy. Okay. Now go back to your other drawing and zoom out and just do a paste and paste it off to the side. Just, we're going to use that for reference if we need anything from that one. And that's under clipboard, by the way, not that. It's like, there you go, right there. And just say paste and just click it off there to the side. So we'll use that and, you know, cannibalize stuff from it if we need.
Okay.
Now you can close that other drawing and go back and open another one to see if you can find it. And no need to save.
Let me think, where was that? Let me try the other drawing in that file.
All right.
Yeah, here it is.
Okay.
But
I would
there's
take that whole thing. Yep, that's what I would do. And then that way, if you need to borrow something, you got it.
It's not letting me select it. Oh, it is letting me select it. It gets looked
Yeah,
at.
it's right. There you go. Now you got some rich source material.
Okay. So I need the 911 note, which is here.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
It's a different size.
That's all right. We'll fix that here and just, in fact, well, press escape and let's fix it right now while we're at it. All right. Couple of things too. Let's see. Let's undo that. All right. Now, couple of things we might as well fix while we're here. This I know is going to need to be moved a little bit. So we're going to scooch it over here out of the way a bit. And that size is good. So we're going to see if we select this to, and that's the little paintbrush match properties.
Yeah.
And then if I make these all match, did that work? So if I select this and look at my text height is 0.1. This text height is 0.1. Okay, so that should work. Now, you see there, the spacing here,
I do see that.
There's some weirdness going on there. We want to have them all lined up here. So let's take a peek. I'm going to get to where I can see a little bit of this better. All right, so these right there's your hanging indent and there's your tab spacing. I don't know that that needs to happen anywhere there, but maybe that goes like that. Now, there should be here
Well, there's a weird line spacing there too.
yeah. Where is that? It's not what I want. It's wow, doesn't it give it to you? All right, let me see what I can do here. So there should be paragraph text, which should put extra spacing like that, but not so big. And then we want to we want to unnumber that. No, unnumber this. None, continue. But if we put a space like that, a full-fledged space, we're going to run out of room, I think. So maybe we do that. All right. This is maddening. All right. So those should all be fairly good if I take that like so. I want to give a little bit more like that. Okay. At a 0.5 slope. Okay. All right. So to set this, nine, 10, 11. Take that out. Well, I finally did something there. So that looks good for everything. 1, 2, 3 over. Okay. And finally, let's put that there. Let's see. All right, let's say okay for that for now. We turn off didn't make any difference. All right. There's still some things like, looks like number 13, there is maybe an extra space. There we go. And what happened here for the National Wetlands Map? Okay, why does that have a different spacing? That's 1.0. That's 1.0x, okay. It may be, Michael, that it was edited in 2021 and they gave us more choices then, but I'm not sure. That's 0.1.
How about you put your cursor be next to the national on the right-hand side of it, and then look at your line spacing and see what it says.
Right here.
Yeah.
That's a paragraph setting, so it shouldn't be any different.
Yeah, okay.
But I also see up here, everything is set to 0.125. I thought we matched 0.1.
No, I think it was 0.125.
So if I select this and I look over, yeah, see that text height?
Yeah.
I think what it is that it's set to that style, and that style is set to 0.125. There we go. I think that fixed the, or did it? No, it's still.
How about if we went to the right side of national and just retyped wetlands inventory map and see what it does? No, it didn't work.
Yeah, see, that's, well, that's what I did a second ago when I took the space out.
Well, I guess I'll just have to live with it.
Yeah. I'm going to copy that. See, it's that. It's this last character right there. Yeah, see, and it's because of that. God. No. All right, now. If I get rid of that and, ooh, it keeps doing it that way. Interesting. All right. Take a look at that text style. Notes. width, undefined height, aerial, narrow. That's perfect. Okay. This is style notes. Let's change it to that and then back to notes. And it's 0.1. Line space factor, line space distance, line space style. Yep, 0.185. How about 1.2? Line space distance 0.5. Ooh. 1. Shoot. Line space factor 1.2. All right. That'll work. Okay, now let's grab what we need out of this other side. I'll let you drive.
Okay.
And when you copy that, you're going to just right click copy, just like you normally have been doing. But then before you hit the paste button, I'll give you something to check. All right. There's that spacing all messed up again. We'll reset it in a minute. Now, right click and see if there's a paste special or a paste unformatted. There's not. All right, we'll just hit paste. Okay, that's fine. We're going to fix all this in a minute. Just leave it as it is for now.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Another one over here.
Applicable ordinance. Yeah. This is the one glaring deficiency in almost every CAD program. And that's fine, I guess, but they keep getting better, but they're nowhere close. See, now say okay, and we'll fix all that. Wait, take that. Okay, that's all right. Back to it and take the space out from in front of the A. Oops, sorry. Can't, just press escape and just press this. All right, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah. I see what happened. It was because of the size. It was too big. All right, so now we're going to, we'll set all this stuff back up here to be consistent. We're going to change the notes to a different style and then change it back to notes because sometimes you have to do it that way. We'll change the height to 0.08, change that back to 0.1. Oh, good Lord. All right. We'll select everything. Set its height to 0.1. Oh, for heaven's sake, let's see. L100 notes. And wow, that's impressive. May have to try this for a second, Mike. Let me save this. Let's close it for right now. All right, find me the file. Okay. Now, pause menu, switch to ribbon. Switch to menu. Huh. It's interesting. Options. Okay. Did you? So you did not like that. All right. So we'll set this. Let me see my startup. Carlson 2021 profile. That's fine. And Carlson 2021. That's fine. And we do not want that on. I think we said the dynamic input. We do want line weights snapping. Okay. Probably want Let me see, I turned turbulence off. Do you normally have your properties on the left?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll leave those there. There's what I'm looking for. All right. See the viewport lock. Well, not sure. Anyway, what I want to do is see if I can edit this with a little. Yeah, see, it's got this paragraph spacing. That's what I was thinking. All right, Mike, I'm going to need to declare about a 5-minute break.
Okay.
If you don't mind, my teeth are floating. So anyway, I'll be right back.
Okay.
And then I'll start recording back. All right, so yeah, so now when I choose this, I now have paragraph formatting. That's what I was looking for. The indents are okay. And I want to use paragraph spacing. And I'm going to put, I don't even know what these numbers are, if they're lines or if they're multiples of the text height or exactly what. And paragraph line spacing, that's the spacing of the lines within. All right, so that worked well. Let's see what's going on here. One, okay. Select all. What was that? Select all. Why is that not part of it? Select all. We'll set the height. We will set the paragraph text. Use 2 and 2. All right, now. Numbered. And see what the is here.
What do all those red lines mean?
Well, these are where spaces, well, these here in the middle are where the spaces are, but these are supposedly where the spell check, those words haven't been added to the dictionary yet. So, you know, we could go through and say, let's turn this on. There we go. Or turn this off, I mean. Now, I've got something going on with this. see why. See how that skips that line? Yeah. All right. Let's see, select all. Oops. Let's clear all formatting and copy. On title blocks notes, we will make that current. We will do text right here. Style. Notes. Height. 0.1. And I'm going to paste without any formatting. Okay, now. Now, your immediate question might be, well, what did you do different? Why did you have to do this? My answer is, I don't have a clue, other than, you know, as a CAD package, point, you know, it's not, aha, so that's the answer. It's in text height. All right, so it's not, as a CAD package, it is not a word processor, and that's part of the problem. All right, so if I go from here down to here, and I say paragraph spacing, is 0.075 after. That worked for that one. Well, I want to do it for all of them. Yep. So do you just have to be right. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. There's not a global on this anywhere, is there?
A what?
A global setting for paragraph. Let's see. No. All right. Oh, now it seemed to be set okay. Oh, come on. God. Now. Why won't you let me select it? All right. I'll do it this way. Okay. Let's see, maybe. Do you have this public utility availability letter handy? Or know where it is? Because I know that was one of the comments.
Yeah, it's on one of the other sets of notes, probably.
All right.
Number 4.
That's not what they're saying unless you're.
What does it say?
The comment, it says provide a letter of availability and reference.
There is no note for that. That has to be a letter, and I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if you had that, you could say, in accordance with a letter from the utility dated such and such attached here to by reference. since you don't have that yet, then just provide it and that should take care of it.
Yeah.
One of the things I want to do here is come over a little bit. And then I don't like lines that wrap with a single word, or in the case of the utilities, it said INC by itself. So let's see if we can't. Oh, come on. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Let's save. See, the thing that's so maddening is that you don't know if is it just sluggish and it's therefore not responding, or what? Yeah, see, there was something wrong. So now let's see. Still got that as a single word. Oop. That's good. Now we'll select this, stretch him over. What do we got here? All right. Yeah, see, there's something that's really, really slowing it down right now. No idea what.
Did you do that? You closed it?
Yes, I did. Sorry. Just trying to restart it. Let me Close this. We may have some conflicts going on with some of that. There we go. All righty then. What else? They want the health department permit number and the HOP permit number or
Yeah,
the HE.
we don't have that yet.
Okay. And can you write the, well, I mean, you can edit the map, I guess, but you could also handwrite those in.
No, I'll print them in when we have the permit. These are just, I mean, that,
Okay. All right. All right. So I think that's all they need on the general notes.
no, we need the note about private roads.
Okay. That's,
There are more notes there that they're asking for.
I see. Okay. So, yeah. All right. So okay. So this any covenant or note that there are none, add the note that says it's a private. Okay. So you should be able to make those edits.
It's funny, sometimes they note the notes that we took this off of is an approved plat.
Yeah.
And
All that means is you got whatever particular bureaucrat on whatever particular day.
well, it's the same person though. It's the same
Oh.
people.
All right.
And
well,
and they didn't note that.
Yeah.
So I'll have to find that note and add it. I have it on another plat somewhere, but let's see what else there is here. Note about blanket easements.
And all road rights of way for the PSD. As there is public water, add a note regarding service laterals to individual lots. Okay, so that would probably be good to go up after the water is served by, or the lots are served by.
Okay, and I don't have that note written anywhere, so I'm just gonna have to make it up.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I would just come here and say, I'm going to go over here to the text in the markup.
Okay.
And I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to come here and say, see, where are we? Just health department. We still keep getting that darn thing in there. Take that out. Okay. Now, where was
Note number 3.
Yeah. So if I come back here and say, now paste crap. All right, let's try that again. Well,
Maybe it would just be faster to type it.
probably. Let's see here, edit, copy. One last try, nope. All right. All right, what it says. So it says every lots or sites shall be installed prior to construction of pavement surface. Well, sorry about that copy and paste. I wonder if it, is this like, it's like, here's yours. This is what I'm betting. Can you put that on the same screen as the CAD thing?
Yeah, but, it's not letting me there.
Yeah, there you go. So I'm betting that it's probably due to coming across that Zoom thing. So if I select that, wow, seriously? All right. I'm gonna let you put that away in the other screen. Wait, no, what are you doing? I just meant
I don't know what I did.
take that and drag it to your other screen. There you go. Now, wait, just now we'll come back to here. Now, the way this was supposed to have worked. See, there's your stuff. In which case, apparently it picked up a lot of extra space. So you see, the reason it didn't work, excuse me, it didn't work from mine across is just because of it was a Zoom thing.
So I could copy it from my other screen.
Yep. Yeah, and same. Yeah, and same thing where they tell you to do the like that Jefferson County E911 addressing ordinance. Now you've already got that, so there's no need.
Okay,
But anything like
those,
those,
does add the note that this is a private road.
right? In detail, the common land maintenance agreement.
Yeah,
Do
I'll
you
have to look
is
that up on another plat.
I was going to say, is there one between the landowners that they have a maintenance agreement?
No, there isn't.
All right. Well, in any case, I'll I'll let you dig those up and put them in, but
Yeah, I think okay, there are no restrictive covenants. So I need to put a note that says that.
all right. And yeah, just make sure if it makes sense to go in a particular place in relation to another note, just stick it in there, so it's not so disjointed, but it may not. I'm not familiar with all of your notes there.
Well, let's see, I don't.
Let's see. Yeah, maybe right there, right after the first one.
Okay, let me put this note about blanket easement.
Okay. Yep. Does that need, maybe that goes in the same place up there, or is it in?
Well, I'm thinking about after the
After the.
After note number 4. Why isn't it?
Well, number 5 is really sort of going along with that.
Okay, well, that's after note number 5. Why isn't the
Yeah. No particular reason. Sorry. Now it is. There you go.
the road rights of way, or
Yeah, no, it's correct. It should be rights of way
instead of right of ways.
Correct. That's the more.
That's what I thought.
That's the more proper use of the term, but everybody calls a planimetric survey a topo. So yeah, to me, a topo map is one that generates contours.
Okay. Okay, well, I think we've done about everything with the notes. Now there's let's see,
All right, so what else do we have on that? There was a thing up the top that says legend ?
Well, I assume that since that's just a question mark and we're not providing a letter,
yeah,
we're not providing a legend, that they're okay with that, I guess.
Yeah, my point is everything that is shown is called out. So I don't know that we need one. You got your solids. You've addressed that. You've addressed. It says reference the source of the existing 40-foot access easement and clearly label where the additional 10-foot is being created. Well, we've got the labeling for the 10-foot being created. Oh no, that's on the other half of it.
Yeah, no, the additional 10 feet is being created. I thought I put that in there. I guess I didn't. So the 10 feet's being created in there.
So the 50 footer is going to be what you're winding up with. What exists there now is 40 feet.
Yes. From there to there.
All right, so that's a 40 foot.
And the additional 10 feet is there.
All right, so same thing here. Let's see. So that's 40 feet from the easement. No, I understand. That's the setback. Yeah. But so this 30 foot, is that currently 30 feet? No. You're saying that's going to be created.
Actually, is that 30 feet or? Yeah, I guess that is. Yeah, it's going to be created by this plat.
Okay. What sets its distance this way?
That's a good question. There's no, I mean, I had a distance in mind when I computed it, but I don't remember. I probably ought to put a distance on there.
Yeah. And I think it's, I think the answer to that is, well, it's there to give you enough length to get your driveway in and turned.
Yeah.
But, but I mean, yeah. Is there any benefit in having that easement go? No, you don't want it to go all the way down because that means this gets crunched.
The setback, yeah, changes.
Yeah. So this one's scrunched all the way back. This one doesn't have to be. Okay.
Right. Well, let me go ahead and put a dimension on that line.
All right.
And I'll go to annotate distance angle, and I will do a distance on top of the line. And it's asking me.
Now you're going to choose points this time because I don't think that line is interrupted. You're going to have to go from the end point of one to the end point of the other. So the end point of the short line or that maybe yeah, there you go. Maybe it was. All right. So that's 51.4 feet.
I need to make that smaller, don't I?
Well, you mean height wise of the text?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but we can fix that in a second. But I'm wondering if, all right, so the line is there. I'm wondering if the intent should just make it 50 feet.
No, because then I've got to change things. Then I have to change the lines.
Well,
that may have been the intention.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I mean, what do we have? Let's see.
Yeah, that probably was the intention. I don't know how it got to be 41, 51.
Well, because down here, I bet it's 50 right here.
Yeah, probably.
So let's get rid of that here. And we'll put it down there. And so to do that, let's pull this down to here. We'll turn on the extension lines. Well, what is that to be? Dimension. Oh, that's dimension line. Sorry. Extension line.
Okay, I don't understand what you're doing.
Well, I'm trying to get these lines should be here. I'll show you. I want it to look like this. There, aligned. See how that has an offset? That's what I was trying to do. But that, of course, is 30 feet there. So, see, those are called extension lines. I turned them on. There we go now. Extension line fixed length. So now the extension line extension. There we go. We're getting there. And the offset. Like that. That's what I was trying to do. All right, so that's 50 feet there. And extension line 1 probably. Yep. And extension is 5. Offset is 3. Select similar. Select similar. There we go. I want those line weights to be smaller. Okay. This now comes to there. All right. So let's now label this 50 feet. And there you'll do the same thing. You're going to go by points, and you're going to go from the end point of the short line to the intersection of those other 2 lines. There you go. Yep, we'll fix all that. Just click it anywhere you want. Now, if you just select it and change your height over in the side to from 10 to 8. There you go. And I don't.
Should I put liters in there to show what that 50 feet is?
Well, that's what I was wondering. So you could do it like this. You could do it instead of that. You could actually dimension it just like this was. So if this were this linear aligned. Now let's first set like that.
Okay, that's good.
Now it could see, the problem is you've got it's close to but not quite perpendicular. So you see that line as it departs,
Right.
And and that's okay. So that's why I think though maybe leaving it on the outside, you'll see that quicker than if it's on the inside. And if so if you do it from the inside, it looks like well, what are you labeling there? Because you don't really see that line until you get away from it enough.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Okay. Well, my wife is giving me a signal that dinner's ready.
That's a good wife. You tell her I appreciate that. Mine's upstairs making a big pot of homemade chicken soup. So
good.
All right, now, so let's save this. And now you've got let's see here, you've got the High Crest Farms and the Summit View Estates.
I already took care of those.
Okay.
I did those this morning.
Okay, I was going to say, if there's anything that you need some help on any of that, give a yell back, because that's anything you'd like to do. I mean, I can do it with you over the weekend if you need. All right, let's see. Let's make sure that.
Let me ask you a question about these. I'm confused about. How can these two eastings be the same?
Probably because I didn't edit the text when I copied one. I thought I changed that to 00. 321.5, 320, so 242. All right, so that is 242, 24245. And this one is, I'm glad you caught that. This one is 242,400. Yeah. So, yeah, because what happened, Mike, I was goofing around. I mean, not goofing, we were figuring out where to put all those things, and I accidentally erased the one that was up here. And so I copied that one from there up to here. And I thought I had made that edit, but apparently not.
Too?
The northing's good. If you look at, if we ID that point, that is, oh, sorry. Let's do it here. Now, if we ID that point, to 44 and 321,500. Okay.
Okay.
And if we go back and do the same thing, five and 321,000.
Okay. Are you still there? Hello? 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 I can't hear you.
Okay. Uh, can you hear me now? Let's
Yeah.
see. Okay, now it's all right.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, sorry about that. My earbuds decided to run out of charge. Um, anyway. Yeah, so what I was saying is I would keep this in 2021 just so you don't wind up with that origin shift, with that corner to have to address, and um, you'd be able to just keep all the size consistency and all of that. Make sure we save that. We got the tables. Whenever you're done and don't need these anymore, you can clean those out. It doesn't hurt anything to leave them there. It's up to you, because when you plot, it's only going to plot the boundaries of that sheet.
Right.
Okay. So we will save, and let's see. Um, do you, hold on a second. Crap. Do you like this where you switch modules up at the top like that?
I don't think that's how I have it on the other one.
I didn't think so either. And this one, I'm not sure. That's your transparent point selection. So this one typically lives down here. Let's put it there for now and then slide it over.
Yeah, I don't think the workspace is the same as it is on 2020.
No, it's not. We've still got some things like,
It keeps changing. It's very frustrating. I'm really sorry I upgraded to 2021.
well, it plots better is the difference that I think. It's, let me see. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need this one. We had toolbar. There. Now, that looks more like it. Whilst here, we'll make sure the profiles is still sitting here. Looks good. Close that. We'll save. And now if I close this. Now, if I go back to it, you should hold it. So a lot of times if you happen to have an error condition, uh, it will crap out in the middle of that and it'll reset stuff. If it resets at this time, then yeah, stick with 2020. But that looks better. That kept.
Well,
All
it
right.
kept the last time too for a few times and then it disappeared.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll leave it up to you. I don't want to wind up getting, this text issue kind of stuff. And so like you see what's here now. I'm going to go ahead and close that off. It's saved, other
Okay.
than I've changed the position, but I'll close that now. If I go here, and we look at that same guy now, I'm going to show you the corners because we haven't changed anything at all in terms of the page setup. Well, that looks okay.
See, look at those toolboxes upstairs. They're up at the top. They're not the same at all.
Well, this is,
All of those snaps are not on 2021.
oh, well, yeah, we'll just need to add that to 2021. Just need to find out which ones they are. Now, we went through that exercise once before, but see, if I go to edit this text now, see, I no longer have that paragraph settings,
Right.
and that's the kind of stuff that you're going to lose. Not that that's a showstopper. All right, so there's your transparent point selection. There's your entity snaps. That was your workspaces. All right, so let's put this away for a sec. Just get a different one up. Just to keep from trying to open the same drawing. All right. So now there's the one, that's your transparent point commands. But we also needed the entity snaps. And that is an IntelliCAD. And they are, where? Let's modify. There it is. All right, so now 2020.
There's still something not right there.
Yeah, I'm checking to see. So we've got standard, surface, entity properties, and menus. We've got standard, surface, entity properties, and menus. We've got, whoops, sorry. We've got the next one over is layers and polylines, and then grading and elevate. So there's layers and polylines, grading and elevate. Entity properties, and that goes all the way out to inquiry, and those are the only two. There's entity properties, there is inquiry. And then you got the Carlson menus, you got the snaps, and you've got the transparent point selection commands. Now, what's probably not looking right is the fact that you see these icons are blue.
Yeah.
And it's sort of different. They just changed the coloration of them. If you look back here, see that's, oh, I see, workspaces. Sorry. That's the one that's missing. So if we show IntelliCAD workspaces,
Now that looks more like it.
there you go. All right. And let's see that my workspace, Carlson menu displaying order, Carlson DGN, so it automatically save changes. It's good. Carlson DGN, start page, drafting this, DGN markup minimal. Okay, so that's all saved. It's under that name. I need to change to save the drawing. So there's that. All right, so yeah, I'll leave it up to you. You know what? Did we? I think we did. I want to make sure we've got that easement stuff that we changed, saved. And then I promise you can go be with your lovely. Did I tell you my mom's getting her shot tomorrow?
Oh, good. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, finally. And let's see, there's that 50 foot. She's 87. So I've got to take her downtown to the Pirates stadium as a staging point. So, okay, that's got that now. Anything else on those other ones that you want to go over or whatever, give me a yell. I can work with you over the weekend or anything like that if you'd like. I'm happy to do it, other than
Okay.
tomorrow when I have to take mom down for a shot in the afternoon. So, but anything else, and if you need, just give me a yell. All right.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Thank you.
Cheers. You take care. I will, first of all, quit that. And then, there we go. All righty. I will call it